So let's
I don't
see.
know if he knows who I am, so I just transfer.
So
I'm sure he does.
I'm just kidding.
they did something
Yeah, I mean,
yesterday that made
The
it
individual
good.
that's 21
And
is bringing their
I
very
found out
quite
that they were
numbers
worried
back
about how it
to
looked
themselves.
here,
Mhm.
but the
So-
truth was it
There's a
clicked
stick in my
on the
brain.
recording.
Oh.
Yeah, and they should have never messed with it.
Should.
So I have no idea
When I was eating
what they did because it was mirrored here. But now, I mean, it was broadcasting right.
What's that?
And Luke,
Just trying to get
the
the
dude in
talks
IT,
organized by.
thought that was wrong, so he changed the settings, and I have no idea what he did. And yeah, I have no idea what he did. So we're gonna. I don't think this is right, but I don't know. I don't know what he did. So do you think you have an idea?
I think we should move away, like, so we can see a little bit more.
Oh, right. So here's this. If I'm gone or something, just so you know.
Oh my gosh. That's so high.
So actually, what we'll have to see is when somebody comes up here, so we can zoom out. We can zoom in. I can't hear us on the mic too. I did notice that when I listened to it this morning.
They
Yeah,
cannot.
they can't.
They can't.
Yeah, so we can't talk over here. I keep forgetting to point it at the camera.
Oh, we're over 20 now.
Yeah, so we can go down, up. So let me do this handheld and see. See, this is it. This is as far as it goes down.
Well, I think it needs to go so you can see the top of the projector is what I was saying.
Of the screen.
Yeah, I think it was good.
Okay, well, let's see then. Because we don't need the floor and the people here. So. All right, nope, see, that's the wrong way because I went to the left. There we go. Down.
Pressure's on. Pressure's on.
Yeah,
I would
that's a
say that's
problem. Yeah, I think that's good. I don't like that light on the people's heads. It's kind of weird, but. Good morning.
How do I give you my presentation?
It wouldn't be for me, but you should talk to Dr. Morrow or Dr. Wood. Yeah. So I don't know if the people, these are all the posters that everybody did. I don't know if those people coming back today or not. You know, because there's a let's get a book. Do you want to look at the?
Is it E-U-R-O-F-I-N? I will show you. So you can just. Yep, just sign in here. You don't want to get that. Is your no, that's not.
Okay, so I was like, okay, bring in something like a point option. So this is,
Put two. Morning.
I mean, I can tell.
Yeah.
Did you know so someone? I don't know if it's still there. I had seen it one day. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I was like, this time.
Well, in regards, it's just, it's one of those things.
I didn't know if it was
happening depending on how long our bodies and stuff. So that I think it's not a bad thing. It was allowed or allowed because. You know, sometimes it just happens. And the last day was,
Yeah, they stop by.
Every quarter.
So you'll get weird stuff.
It's not very
There's like
funny, it's because
five,
it's summer.
23.
I see. It's really one big square.
It was cool, I don't think I've ever seen one of
That's
those.
nice.
Yeah, we see more of our students for years.
Not enough, yeah, that kind of sucks, yeah. No.
I think that was really good.
Oh, it's in, it's not.
Under there, so just
Sometimes you just go
fine.
by. Yeah, right. Medical disorder. Hopefully we can tell that, well, it's probably not, because you're such a shit.
Did you have to get surgery?
No,
Oh, it's just taking forever, it's not, oh, we got, well, you must have.
Oh, I've got 6 years of life. Got me
There you
beat.
go.
I have a.
Yeah.
Everybody's on here.
That would be
Oh,
interesting.
this is a way to sort of age. Good, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to survive for sure. Yeah.
Maybe if you, know about last one.
How many people is it?
Probably.
Oh, I have an extra student.
Yeah, there's not too.
Oh,
Yeah.
Actually.
I got it this morning.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, check out Steph.
Yes, yeah. Like, school.
I can print
Used to restaurant.
Yeah, well, it's, not a science program.
No.
It's not too tough.
No, it's interesting. Yeah. That was good talk this year.
Thanks.
Yeah, oh, yeah. I was taught. That's what I did a lot of around. Actually,
Long day.
I make 2.
yeah. Had to get some action.
You mean one of all?
So I had to walk over this. Yeah, yeah.
Go. Sit down and go to the library.
So I had to walk over there. Really? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so that guy.
How's it going? I'm, yes, I'm excited.
Number 3 is.
It's the one below the stairs.
So I thought that was great, and then you gave it to me, you're a perfect fit. My English major a couple times, and she was like, all right. I was like, okay. Hold on. Listen to your work.
So we got Adriana, Matthias, Adriana, Connor, Cole, Natalie. Can you come up here a second? I'll give you the lowdown. All right, so, you guys have 15 minutes for your talks. So I'm gonna sit over here, and when you have 3 minutes left, so 12 minutes, I'll stand by. And so. I'll try to leave a little bit of time for a couple questions when you're done. And then, I guess we did 15. You never know. Never know.
You don't have to long stay.
I know, right? That would be less dramatic. You know, if I just run up here and tap you. So this will advance your slides, so.
Yeah, I think she'll get here.
It's also.
Has to actually be on. So you just do the right one to advance.
Well, then there's another.
And then up here is the latest budget. So, formulas. So, that's that. The other thing, we're trying to have people use a microphone. So
Yeah.
that- and actually, it's not- your eyes can be less on YouTube, so-
Like my friends.
Should actually, when Susan gets back here, she'll there.
I put it in my hand.
So, we'll just, when you're trying to this on,
Hello, hello.
and it needs to kind of be up close to your mouth. This thing just has a little clip on the back. Yeah. Is everybody okay with you? She said that we had Probably somebody that asked. Western Montana or something to do through the survey. You guys all good? Yeah? Okay.
Yeah. It was just like a study in 2 minutes and then it should. But she said that it was. So, the pledge is first.
Cole?
You're at two.
He was gonna talk to his mom and dad. How they find it.
That's your only issue. Went pretty well. I just think it was, I just think the booth. And it's not easier now. Yeah, but I'm gonna do that's like my foot.
Good.
Good.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to be here.
Yesterday I asked her how the game went.
Because this is split out there. One thing you can do, first of all, is look and see. I don't think it's the YouTube settings. It's the settings on here.
I'm gonna ask her what I'm on.
Oh, yes.
How about the one next to it?
This one,
Like that.
this one, this is an update.
So none of the stuff that we've done here is, it was something that was in with my computer that we did. The other thing is set up that it has any kind of options.
Well, hello, how are you, Jared?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm not that tech savvy.
Oh, I do remember searched.
How you doing today, Morgan? Good. Did you love her last night?
What?
You had a busy day yesterday.
Yeah, I don't think I drink any water.
I know, I realized that.
This is once it's already been done. It's in your classroom. That one is about, it's a different thought. It's not about mirroring, it's about starting with an answer and then working backward to the question. Kind of, it's a technique, learning technique. Let's see what this is. That's one thing that I wondered about if it was. Let's reset this and see if there's something we can do here. Oh, here, how do you flip on live?
Oh, yeah, she's really good.
Okay, so right here, there's some icons. Oh, Facebook.
Just like this. Is that better? I don't know.
Well, yeah, I know he did click on it when it was, yeah, he did click on this was not going to do that. But I don't know.
I do it
Yeah,
too.
it's okay.
That's probably hello.
This is stupid.
See, the grand. There's just shifts that apparently are like for healthcare, like standing all day. No, but I. Are they the ones that? They're called cloves. Yeah. I heard they're really nice. I heard they're really good for you. It's very delicious.
I have it on the capture, but I have to really don't really care. Turn off the speakers. That's all he needs to do. See if he does.
Are we good to go, Dr. Fox? Yep. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back for some of you, and for those of you that weren't here last night, it's a great session, but welcome today. So today's plan of events is we have some student presentations this morning. After that, we're going to have a poster session again like we did last night. We will have lunch here as well, so there'll be sandwiches and things to snack on while you're chatting with students on their posters. And then we'll wrap things up after lunch with a final oral session with the last of our students that are going to be presenting. So thank you all for coming. I also wanted to mention, and I'll mention this again later, but hats off to the biology club for pulling this off, building our abstract book, getting the food, organizing the event, setting up everything. So great job, everybody. This is a great symposium this year for sure. And it's great to be back in person. So this morning we're going to start off with Adriana Pittman, who's going to be giving us a talk about some of her work with math. And you better get used to seeing Adriana because she has 3 presentations today. So this will set the stage not only for this morning's session, but for the future ones as well. And I told her her task is tall, to be giving a talk about mathematics first thing in the morning at our symposium. So fortunately, she's going into education, so she has a duty to be riveting and have your attention. So, with no further ado, here's Adriana.
Thank you, Dr. Morrow. So my name's Adriana Pittman, and I was in a class called Discrete Mathematics, and I was supposed to find something to do my project on. And wasn't really sure which route I wanted to go down, but we decided to start by looking just at recursive formulas, getting a feel for them. They're kind of everywhere. Not gonna lie, I was like, oh, this is kind of boring. Recursive formulas, man, they're not fun. They're gross. They're everywhere. They're complicated. Just wasn't really too thrilled about it. But, however, I found out some pretty cool things about recursive formulas, which I'm very happy to share with all of you. So, for starters who don't know, recursive formulas are, in their sequences come from previous terms. So a common recursive sequence that a lot of people have either heard of the name or have seen are the Fibonacci numbers. So this is actually part of the sequence here. And to get the Fibonacci numbers, you have to have your first initial conditions. So they give you 0 and 1. And the way the Fibonacci numbers work are you add those together. So you take 0 plus 1 to get 1. Then you take the previous term plus the new term to get the next one. So 1 plus 1 to get 2. 1 and 2 to get 3. 2 and 3 to get 5, and so on. So that's how a recursive sequence works, is it relies on previous terms to determine future terms. So we were looking at some of these recursive sequences, and I found something pretty cool. Well, I thought it was pretty cool. As a kid, I've always loved patterns. They were something that always stuck out to me. Somehow I was always finding them. And so I found repeating ending numbers within these 4 different sequences, or these formulas. And then the sequences on this first one, it was just the ending number. The whole number didn't repeat, but the ending digit repeated 8426, 8426. And I went out about 12 terms. So I saw that it was consistent in repeating itself. Then I found the same thing for the next one, except it was 7634 and so on. This one, however, ended always in 5. So I went one more digit and I found that it went 05154535 and just kept repeating. Then I found this guy, and he didn't repeat every 4 like the other ones. He repeated 8, but it was an alternating 5. And so it went 35157595, but then it went 351579 or 7595. And in my paper that I wrote, I actually wrote a proof of why the 5 was alternating, but I'm not going to bore you with that proof because that's not the main gist of this presentation. But it's cool. You're just gonna have to believe me. So from repeating ending numbers, this one dealt with some multiplication and subtraction. So we were like, I wonder what other operations have cool patterns in them. So my homework was to look at some different operations and see if I could find any cool patterns. Well, I looked at addition, nothing really too crazy. Sometimes if there was something kind of popping up, but nothing really eye-grabbing. Subtraction, which I already saw, kind of had a repeating ending number. Then I looked at multiplication. Those got way too big, way too fast to see anything. So, I mean, I was kind of striking out here, and I was like, division? Really? Who wants to do division? It's ugly. There's no way division is going to produce anything worth my time. However, division was the coolest one. I was blown away. It was the last one I did. I kind of did it last minute. But then when I came in to meet with Tyler, I was like, Tyler, you'll never guess what I found. And so this is one of the equations that I used here. So I found this sequence, and it repeated in a period of 6. And so, and it wasn't just the ending numbers, it was the whole number itself. And so I found that it kind of oscillated a little bit. It would go up, hit a maximum, and then come back down. Go back up, hit a maximum, come back down. And so we were looking at all of these and a lot of different ones and playing around with the initial conditions and things. And I was like, wow, it keeps hitting this max, not the same max for each equation, but like, it just keeps hitting this maximum. Where is this maximum coming from? So we sat there looking at it, and all of a sudden, for some reason, my brain was working. And I found that I was like, okay, 24 divided by 4 is 6. 6 squared is 36, which is our max. So I was like, does that hold for all these other ones that we had? So we tried it out with some of the other ones, and I divided them, got that number, and squared it, and that was the peak every time. And I was like, wow, that is crazy. That's really cool. And so as Tyler and I are trying to talk about the sequence and where these numbers are coming from, and that 6 that we got, how do you say, oh yeah, that one number that's going to be squared, it just was a lot. But he looked at me and said, you need to name this number, just so like when we're talking, we can just throw out this term. And I was like, name it? He's like, yeah, name it whatever you want. And I was like, anything I want? He's like, yeah. My mind went blank. Out of all the words, and I'm a talker, as people know, I was speechless, couldn't think of anything. And I was sitting there, and I was like, okay, well, I don't want it to be stupid, but I also don't want it to be like something that will get mixed up in this math. I don't want it to be too complicated. I need it to be simple. My brain's just going, I'm like, Mom, and I think I probably took about 2 to 3 minutes to actually spit out a word. And finally, I was thinking, oh my gosh, I'm really in a pickle. Pickle number. That's what I'm going to call it, the pickle number. Because I love pickles, and it'll remember, just something weird stick out. So came up with some terms to describe where each one of these numbers in the sequence came from. So I created my own definitions here. So the pickle number, which I explained in the previous one, was 6. And you just take it by dividing the coefficients within the formula. Then I have fit. Fit is the abbreviation for the first initial term. So in this previous slide, that is 1. 1 is the first initial term. 3 is the second initial term, so that is sit. So using those 3 things, I made an equation, or a meaning for this. So this is how the sequence runs. It goes fit, sit, pickle times sit divided by fit, pickle squared over fit, pickle squared over sit, pickle times fit over sit, fit, sit, and keeps going. So I tried this out with a lot of different equations just to make sure that my sequence actually worked and where all the numbers are coming from. So then the best way to see this in the example, because a lot of times they were coming out with whole numbers, and you've got some division in there, and like, how is it working perfectly? So I did an example with just X and Y. Now this next slide, there's going to be a lot, bear with me. I'll walk you through it. So this is the equation I'm using for this. So 10 divided by 2. So my pickle number is 5. Remember that. So then I started with my 2 initial conditions, right? X and Y. I plugged them in, and using reverse multiplication through that, I'm not going to explain all the math, but anyway, reverse multiplication makes it nice and easy like this. So I end up with 5y over x. Then I plugged it in and kept going with my sequence using the previous terms. So then I ended up with 25 over x, which is my pickle number squared, 25. Then I got 25 over y. Then I got 5x over y. Then I got x and y. So it showed exactly where each of the terms were going and how it was able to work itself out. And a lot of the equations I used got beautiful numbers, but I did put in one where there was a number that kept circulating on the bottom, kind of reduced down. But this is the plain way to see it. You can plug in any initial condition for x and y, plug them into this, and figure out what your sequence is going to be. So I thought that was pretty cool. And we were like, wow, this is a combination of multiplication and division. Is there going to be something similar for subtraction with addition? Which we found out there was. So I just picked this sequence and I did it, and you can see I got this sequence. I got 1, 5, 6, 3, negative 1, negative 2. 1, 5, 6, 3, negative 1, negative 2. And so then I was like, well, where are these ones coming from? So the pickle number in this case isn't coming from division, but it's coming from adding your initial terms. So that's the only thing. I kept the same word, but you kind of found it a little bit different in this way. And this is then how you find every number in the sequence for a subtraction and addition recursive sequence. You can see that wherever there's addition, in the previous one there was multiplication. Anywhere there's subtraction, there was actually division. And instead of being squared, we're just multiplied by 2. So that was kind of cool that I kind of discovered this way to explain where these sequences were coming from, and I actually figured it out all on my own. Which is kind of groundbreaking. And then we noticed that they were repeating in periods of 6. So we were like, are there other periods out there that we could work with? Like, why is 6 the cool thing? You don't really hear of things coming in groups of 6 ever. So why 6? Well, then we found this paper that talked about there's a period 5 out there. We're like, what? And so then we decided to see if we could kind of change period 5 and get more, because this was the only equation it said. However, with my period 6, you can put coefficients in the front of it and still get period 6. So we kind of messed around with it to see what would happen. So we have period 5 versus period 6. This is a graph of what a period 5 looks like. You can see it's got very sharp points, and it's kind of nice. Period 6, it plateaus. That's kind of the difference besides the periods. So then I took these standard equations and I switched them up a little bit. So for the period 5, I put some coefficients in the front to see what would happen. You can see we got a weird graph. It ended up being periods between 5 and 6. Never reaching 5, never reaching 6, but alternating somewhere in the middle there. It's a weird hybrid. Then over here, I added a 2 instead of a 1 just to see what would happen if you changed the number there. And it also created this weird in between 5 and 6 period. So we found periods 5 is very sensitive. You cannot change it whatsoever, else you get something in between our period 5 and 6. So then I thought back to the very beginning when I saw my ending repeating numbers kind of in periods 4, and then the other one was in 8. And so we're like, I wonder, are there other periods out in that realm, which was multiplication and subtraction? So I ran all these different combinations from 1 and 9 possible. So I had almost 80 different combinations that I had MATLAB run. I ran them out, the sequence is 100 terms, just so I can make sure I was finding the period. And what I found was there were periods ranging from 2 to 60. Nothing was consistent. There was no pattern whatsoever, except the only thing that I could kind of find with them was they were either divisible by 2, 3, or 6, or 5. 2, 3, or 5. Why 2, 3, or 5? Not sure. We didn't get to figure that out. But while we were also looking at it, we did find one sequence that was a palindrome within the period, which we thought was kind of cool. We hadn't had that yet. And then within our midst of kind of looking at periods and stuff, there was a paper that talked about Fibonacci numbers in mod 10 and how they actually are a palindrome as well in its period. So there are a couple other palindromes out there possibly, and maybe different mods. But so we didn't get to keep diving farther into periods, but I think it's safe to say there are actually some cool things you can find with recursive formulas, lots of cool patterns, and I think there could be some really interesting discoveries within the periods within these recursive formulas as well that hasn't really been explored yet. So that was my journey with recursive formulas and how I've grown to actually have a great respect for them, and actually they're kind of one of my favorite things now. Just they're cool. Very misunderstood. So, do I have any questions? Oh, yes.
So is this, I mean, it sounds novel enough to maybe write a paper about it? Is that something you consider?
So I did write a paper for my independent study with Tyler, and I've turned it into him. And so it's, I think it's kind of a fun paper, actually. We had a lot, I enjoyed writing it, had a lot of fun, and I was able to go through a little bit more proofs and break it down, which I really enjoyed explaining math because I'm a math person. But so yeah, Tyler and I have a paper, and what we do with it, I'm not quite sure yet, but we do have one written. Yes, Wendy.
But numbers aren't as cool as plants, are they, Adriana?
I know, they're right there, you know. At least they correlate with each other. I can count plants, so there we go.
Plants have symmetry too.
Oh, actually, speaking of Fibonacci numbers and plants, a lot of things in nature actually appear in Fibonacci numbers. So like spirals on a pine cone, petals, things like that. So numbers are everywhere. They're cool, I'm telling you. Any other questions? Thank you.
I think Adriana lived up to the expectations.
Ooh, thank goodness.
All right, so our next speaker here is Matthias Sim, who's going to be talking to us about some work he did. Probably up during the meeting. All right, take it away.
All right, hello, I'm Kalai. I am a senior at Montana Western, and I wanted to learn more about ARC maps and using GIS software. So I did a project on lateral channel migration of beaver-dominated streams. So beavers can be considered a nuisance, and they cause flooding, infrastructure obstructions, and damage to stream bank vegetation. But they're also a super important part of a riverine system. They are keystone species. They keep floodplains connected to their rivers and increase channel complexity, increase recharge through groundwater, and raise the local groundwater table. During low flows, they are also a important place for refuge for native fish, like the Arctic grayling and the cutthroat trout. So my research question was, how do beaver dams affect lateral migration of channels in the upper Red Rock Creek? And this is in the Centennial Valley, up by Lima. There's been previous work that's been done on these sites. Megan Tarmile and Margaret Anderson also have done studies on this, doing Blacktail Deer Creek and California Creek. These are both in Southwest Montana, so I was able to use their data to use their methods that they used. The first thing I had to do was use aerial imagery, and I used imagery from 1995, 2009, and 2017 to get my post-dam, pre-dam, and dam sites. I picked years from low flow time periods, which was due to being able to see dams and So channel migration, how I did this, I used ARC maps, and I identified the dam locations first. And then once I identified the dam locations, I drew the channel migrations using ARC maps, and I used the edit feature to kind of look for the center of the channel line and just kind of go in between. It was really hard for 1995 because of, you kind of see how just black and white, so it's super hard to kind of see the river at all, honestly. You also have to draw the boundaries, which were 200 meters above and below the different sites. And once you have drawn the channel line, I used the channel migration toolbox to get the average channel migration rate. I then mapped the undammed reaches, and these were my control, and it was 400 meters for these, and this is without dams in any of the time periods. And I would try to get reaches that were similar to the undammed reaches, to the dammed reaches, so that the migration was similar. These reaches could not have any dams in them, and if there was a dam present, it had to be at least 250 meters away from those dams. This is the migration toolbox, and this is what I had trouble with the most. It's a very tricky toolbox. And in any other step, if you wrote anything wrong, the computer would know, and you had trouble with that. So very tricky. And once plugged in, you get your summary, and it'll give you your reach average channel migration. And that would be the area moved divided by the length. And with this channel migration rate, you can divide it by the total years to find the channel migration rate in meters per year. Yeah, so this is what that toolbox is doing. It's looking at the 2 different years, and it basically looks at that middle section between what it's fluctuating in between, which is kind of cool. This is the statistical part of my data, very complicated. The average channel migration, these are the average channel migration of dammed and undammed. And I got the before and the after. The before is the 1995 to 2009, and the after is 2009 to 2017. And you calculate the difference between the two, and I conducted a Wilcox signed rank test and found that the channel migration rate for the dammed reaches was significantly higher than those of undammed reaches. The undammed channel migration had a p-value of 0.5, so that was not significant, so I rejected the null hypothesis, and the dammed channel migration was 0.03, so I did not reject the null hypothesis of it being higher. Here's my graph. Here's my box plots. And these box plots are basically just showing those Excel sheets, but in a more simpler term for you guys to look at. The post dams right here are a lot higher in the upper Red Rock Creek's dammed sections than in undammed, and you can see that post-damming really affected these areas compared to areas that did not have dams. Comparing the results, so compared to Margaret Anderson's and Megan Carmile's, my dammed reaches post-damming had a lot higher migration of 1.6 meters per 8 years, which was higher than the undammed reaches. So more migration happened during damming than undamming for mine. This was the same as during Margaret Anderson's project. She found the same thing, but Megan found that during this time, that dammed reaches, her dammed reaches were actually decreasing once dams were in place. Yeah. Some considerations you got to think about is that this imagery was kind of hard to see because of the resolution. So making the channel center line can have some errors in it. This area was also limited to the amount of beaver dams in it in 2009. So I was only able to get 5 beaver dams for this area. Other factors could be cattle and drought that could happen in this area, and cattle can affect the channel migration, and droughts can also affect the flow of the river. So the summary, beavers in the upper Red Rock Creek have a positive influence on lateral channel migration, and this study has helped to understand the role of beavers that they play in the valley floor development. As we begin to see beaver population increase and restored to historic numbers, I think that we're going to see an increased change in the river system. For future research, I think that as it becomes more common to utilize beavers for natural riparian and channel migration, it is essential that land managers understand the full impacts of beavers for land use and developing planning. For further studies, I think that we need to do more assessing on the overall impacts of beavers because we don't have enough data yet. But I think this research project is a big step in the direction of understanding beaver dam impacts to river systems. My references, and I'd like to thank Rebecca for helping me do this project, and the GIS Foundation for giving me a grant to do this. Yeah. Questions? Derek?
Would you consider beavers as ecosystem engineers?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Do you know what the population of beavers are now compared to historic levels?
I'm not too sure, but 2017, when I was looking for beaver dams, definitely had the most amount of dams compared to the other years in the Upper Red Rock Creek. I think there was 10 dams compared to 2009 that had only 5. Yeah.
Is the overall trend by landowners to have more or fewer beavers?
I think beavers are, I think it's good that landowners should be letting beavers onto their properties because it's going to, as we like come into more of a drought situation, these beavers are going to help with keeping our water tables high and helps with migration of the channels. Yeah.
So, why would we want to know about migration? Why does that matter?
Oh my gosh. This matters for streams because it increases channel complexity, which brings more bends in the river, which slows down sediment deposits and more habitat for animals and vegetation. Yeah. Oh, okay. Any more questions? Okay, wait, hold on. I got a little thing because everyone's talking about the internships yesterday. I wanted to talk about my internship I kind of did over the summer. I was a vegetation management intern for OANRP, and this group basically we look at we oversee the compliance with the Federal Endangered Species Act, and our goal is to effectively balance the requirements of the Army's training mission with its natural resource responsibilities. So basically, when they were bombing and practicing in the mountains, they harmed a bunch of species and they got sued. So now there's a fun internship to do. Yeah, this is what most of the days look like. Drive up into the wilderness. We hike around and kill invasive plants. Usually using pesticide. This is Roundup we were using for ginger. Some of the invasive species we kill are Clydemia hirta, Rubus russifolius. What else do we got? We got Psidium cataladium, and Halicoa. This is Christmas berry, very invasive. Lantana camera, and Megathyrsus maximus. So either we would go out and we'd go to our outplanted sites and take out the invasive vegetation, or we would go to native plants and just clear up the invasives encroaching on their territories. Another cool thing we do is we go on little Easter egg hunts for rare native plants, and they have tags on them, and they give us a general location of the plants, and we'd go out there and we would have to find them, and we'd throw this sluggo. I don't know if you can see it, it's kind of small, but they're like little koi pellets, and the slugs eat them, and they get really full, and they soon die, and they don't eat the native plants. This is what some of the invasive ungulates look like. Here's a Jackson chameleon. They're bad because they eat the native snails for calcium. And here's a pig, and they just root up stuff. And there's the goat. This is kind of funny because this is our fence right here we put up, and he's trying to reach over to the other side and eat a native ohia plant. And he got stuck in the fence doing it. Here's some of our native plants, not plants, ungulates, and our snails that those animals like to eat. Because we're working kind of remotely in the wilderness, we have to sometimes get flown out, and we get a nice ride out there, and we get to bring everything to these little houses, sheds that they have up there. Usually for weeks on periods, and yeah, this was the outhouse for one of the places. Definitely one of my top poops of all time. Yeah, I also got to do bird monitoring. So this is the bird man, and he basically puts out a sound. The birds are very territorial, so they'll talk back to him, and he records their noise and he repeats it to them, and they get angry, and they'll fly around until they land in these little volleyball net things. And then we record them and then put them back into the wilderness to be studied. Here's a restoration site that we did. Lots of chainsawing and cleaning up. And then we're going to outplant native plants here. We also do fence checks, looking for holes in the fence and repair falling debris. Common collections, native plants, we collect them and then bring them to the seed lab, where they are then taken the seeds off of them and put into our greenhouses to be planted and outplanted. That's it.
All right, our next speaker is Connor Bourne, who is going to talk about an internship that he did recently. Take it away.
All right, so my name is Connor Bourne, and for my internship, I worked for Ruby Habitat Foundation. So the foundation itself is a nonprofit that is based out of Southwest Montana on the Woodson Range just outside of Sheridan in the Ruby Valley. And the foundation is run by a board that's made up of the Woodson family, Montana Land Reliance, the Ruby Valley community, and it has an executive director, Les Gilman, and the founders, Craig and Martha. And this is a map of the property. And just all like the black is the outlining and the yellow is like the trails along the range. So the foundation's mission statement is to preserve and enhance the natural resources in the Ruby Valley. So they always have a big project going on the ranch. And this one, the Clear Creek restoration that are these photos, was the recent one, the one that was finished right before I got there. And basically what they did was Clear Creek was straightened by past landowners to be more effective for ranching. But doing the straightening and taking the oxbows out made the water run a lot faster, made it get hotter, fish weren't as happy. And also there was a lot of erosion. Like you can see that these banks are pretty steep and there's like grass growing because every day, every hour almost, land was slide into the river. You could go back every 10 minutes and there'd be something gone. So what they did was they brought in a bunch of excavators and dug up the old oxbows and filled in a lot of like the straightings to slow it down and also bring a lot of population back. And you can see they also did some willow restoration on the banks to just kind of increase more habitat. And the Heritage Apple Orchard was the project they were starting when I got there. So kind of my day-to-day jobs was trail maintenance, spraying weeds, which was mostly hound's tongue, knapweed, and kochia, repairing fences they had, hunting blind maintenance, and checking game cameras. And these are some photos I got from the game cameras. So the foundation gets most of its money from, or all of its money from donations. And donators come onto the ranch for multiple reasons, mostly fly fishing and hunting. So that's why they have like hunting blinds and stuff. These are some more photos I got. You got a sandhill crane just starting her nest right here. And this moose up here just had a pair of twins. So you can kind of see them right there. And that moose had twins the year before as well. So there was like 2 generations of moose. And that's one of the past twins that I got. 2 generations of moose like run around on the ranch. Had a lot of interesting encounters with those. So every intern that they bring on has to have a project that they do. And I wanted to do stuff with insects. So I originally was just going to do pollinators, but they wanted to include every aspect of the ranch they had. So they had pests for the ranching side, pollinators, which was what I was doing, and aquatic insects used for fly fishing, because that was the main way that they received donations and got money. So the pests, what I wanted to do was identify and sample like their crops they had, mostly alfalfa and a little bit of sandfoin, to identify and determine what pests were in the valley currently, so we could let other local landowners know what was there, what they need to be watching out for, what they could prevent from spreading further. Pollinators, I'm sure most of you know that honeybee and bumblebee populations have been declining for years. And the only ways that they had been providing habitat was this little flower garden here and a few bee boxes. So I was trying to sample some different crops, some local areas like the flower garden, see what species they had and see what types of flowers or plants in general that they could increase the amount of to bring those pollinators closer. And the aquatics was mostly to, one, make like a database for fly fishermen to use to see what would be better on the ranch, and to determine the success of the Clear Creek restoration project. So they also do a lot of educational tours and resources for private guests to come on. So this is like a photo of a local school that came out, and they do lots of tours showing what they do, all ages. When I was there, they had like a kindergarten class come out and kind of wander around, show them some stuff. And the private guests, again, are the fly fishermen, visitors curious about pollinators, and agricultural interests. Like, so a lot of this is to just benefit the entire Ruby Valley population. So they have a lot of other local landowners that come on to see what the ranch is doing to benefit themselves, and they can adopt if they want to, or they can wait to see how the outcome is. Like Les Gilman, the executive director, owns most of the property right across the highway from this, so he uses it as well on his ranch to kind of like have another variable in what's going on. So tools I used for sampling was the D-net, which is this D-shaped net here, and that was used for sampling aquatics. And what it is you put that flat end into the river, you stand up river from it, you kind of shuffle your feet in the river, dig up whatever in the rocks, and it'll just flow right into there. Sweep net, which is your standard looking butterfly net, and you just kind of hack your way through the brush or the whatever you're going through, and then you kind of like tie it off to see what's ever there. Pipettes were used mostly for the aquatics as well. If there was something that was too small for me to really get a good look at in the whole sample, I could suck it up and actually get a good look at it. And the identification key, which was for once I was actually looking at the species, and there was one in this book that I used from pretty much everything. So aquatic invertebrates, sampling clear key channels, the old and the new, identify the species and organize the data form. And this was kind of my standard sample. We just put it in a big dog dish, but you can kind of see like some bigger stoneflies in there. Some of these little things are like little mayflies. There's another big stonefly right there. But this was your standard sample. I believe this was the first one I took out of the new Clear Creek system. And so this is the overall table. So you can see the highlighted ones, the flathead mayflies, the nematodes, riffle bugs, scuds, spiny crawler mayflies, and tubifex worms were the species that were located in both the new and the old system. And as you can see by the table, that the new system has almost double the species of the old. So the new Clear Creek Restoration Project was a pretty good success as far as invertebrates go. And again, this freshwater invertebrates brook was pretty much my go-to for identifying new species. So agricultural pests, I was just sampling the crop, identifying the pests, and use that info to inform local landowners. So the main two crops they have is alfalfa and sainfoin. And alfalfa is the big one in the valley in general, which is what this is a weevil, the main worry. It's like #1 alfalfa killer type deal. And this is like your standard sample that I would pick up with the sweep nets. But luckily, after all the sampling I did, which was mostly just the edges of the field because I didn't want to damage it because alfalfa is a pretty weak plant, never found a weevil. Mostly just green aphids and alfalfa beetles, and I cannot pronounce the Latin names. So pollinators. Sample of following the wildflowers trees, identify, determine what species are most commonly found. And this is kind of a pretty simple but standard like bumblebee identification. You're basically just using segments on their body and color. And there was 3 main pollinators found, and that is the western honeybee, yellow bumblebees, and North American digger bees. And these are them. So this is your standard western honeybee, your yellow bumblebee, and your North American digger bee. And so we determined like where we'd find most of these species based on what they were pollinating at the time. And you pretty much exclusively saw honeybees and digger bees in the larger populations of plants. So these sainfoin plants, always buzzing. There's never a day there wasn't bees out there, and they were pretty much exclusively honeybees and digger bees. And when you were looking for more of the bumblebees, wildflowers. Always on them. The problem was finding wildflowers. And I assume why that bumblebees were not found on the sainfoin crops is the morphology. So bumblebees have a longer tongue for getting pollen. So these more native plants that are shaped kind of a longer tube, I guess, had bumblebees and not honeybees because the honeybees are incapable of actually getting the pollen out of the plants. So conclusion, so this was like my first real field experience. I did this right after my sophomore year, so all the field experience I had done before was kind of like in class, a couple hours maybe. So it's kind of short. And there was a lot of basics I didn't know at the time, like simple like site description, didn't do it. I really did enjoy doing the sampling, but at times it felt like I was just there to work, and which I still enjoyed, but that the sampling that I was doing was just kind of like to keep me busy when I had nothing else to do. And that was probably just communication error on my part, because that is a big skill I struggle with. I'm a very shy person. But yeah, as far as like my sampling skill goes, definitely increased a lot because of this, and they've come a long way since then, before that, since after that, in class and stuff like that. Are there any questions? Yeah.
So there's been a pretty significant street restoration project there. How long has that been going on?
That started, I think, 2019.
Okay.
It was just getting started then, and it just finished like a few months before I got there.
So there's been some big changes.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So you worked on 3 distinct projects. Which do you think with that particular property is worth pursuing more? Are they all equally interesting?
They were all equally interesting, I believe, but I feel like the pest one is more of like a continuous thing, kind of like sample every year, see what's there in case new invaders do come. And the pollinators definitely could use more because it was so hard to find bumblebees, because it was like kind of just wander around until you found a good chunk of wildflower and wait until someone shows up. Because I didn't really want to use the sweep nets on them because I didn't want to hurt what was there, and I also didn't really feel like getting stung. Okay. Thank you. One more.
I was just wondering on that restoration project, it looked like they were mostly worried about the outside fence. Is that what they were working on, or was it the whole thing inside out?
I believe it was both, but yeah, I think mostly outside because they had been like 100% taken out of the system. When if you had like an overmap view, you could see where they were, and it was full, just trees, nothing else in them. All right.
All right. Our next speaker here this morning is Cole Bickford, who's going to talk to us a little bit about a modeling project.
Yep. So I transferred here from MSU in the fall and began to do some work with Eric Dyerson over at the Hogsback, and we've been working on a modeling project about investigating mound composition and building strategies. So why is this interesting? Ants are ecosystem engineers, and they're able to drastically alter their environments. Insulation is something that's key for these ants, the ability to take radiation from the sun. Without this heat, their brood cannot develop, and their brood can develop a lot faster in warmer environments. Extreme temperature fluctuations happen in both summer and winter months in Montana, so it's very important that the ants have this mound. It's interesting to us to model it because it's possible to program robots to greatly alter their surroundings. One thing that we studied here was aspect. Generally, ants have an exit or entrance hole facing the rising sun. As you guys can see that little divot there. The mounds are shaped in a specific way to collect insulation from the sun. And it was also observed that the larger that the mounds were, the more ability they had to capture this radiation. Steepness of the mounds was also something we looked at. The steeper a surface is, the better the more ability it has to capture that sun. It was observed that the steeper mounds could actually absorb more sun and were consistently warmer. As I spoke about before, the brood needs to stay warm, so keeping that mound constantly steep is very important for survival. Color was also something that we looked at for the study. We noticed that there were mounds that had a lot of basalts in them, some darker rocks, and there were also some mounds that had a lot more limestone-based and quartz-based. It was noticed that the darker mounds obviously had a much lower albedo, and they were able to capture more sunlight. I think they were on average about 15 degrees warmer than the light ones on a sunny day. So they were getting a pretty substantial boost from that. And they were only a few hundred feet away from each other because these ants are collecting from a fairly finite area. Gravel size was also something that we looked at in the study between the light and the dark mounds to see if they maybe had a preference, if they were going after them. I didn't really think that they did. The proportions were just so similar between the 3 sieves that we did. You can see that the differences were marginal, just a few grams at some fairly large sample sizes. So I'll talk a little bit about the model. This model is representative of thousands of ants collecting millions of pieces of gravel. So it is an individual-based model. The goal of the model is to create mounds that we observed in the wild and in the field. Data was collected in the field to create all these parameters, so I didn't just make them up out of nowhere. So we looked at some maximum steepness, probability of distribution placement, which is the most important one, where the ants are actually going to put these pebbles, the size of gravel, how easily does it crumble, how do the mounds slough, at what steepness do they slough, kind of how sticky are the rocks to each other. And then we were also able to run the model over multiple years between, I think, about 1 and 10. We generally stuck with around 4 to get it up to a mature size. The conical mound is the most common mound that's observed in the field. The mound has some asymmetry to act as a solar collector, where it does have one side that's more broad and a backside where they put a lot of debris. The hogback mound was the other one that we looked at. It kind of has this elongated ridge on it there. This is less common than the conical mound. So to model the conical mound, the key parameter was where they were putting them. As I talked about before, they placed the debris off the back. So it's going there, and it's crumbling in this way that over the 4 years, you get more of a development on one side. Here's the kind of a final conical mound shape where you do have one steeper side there and one kind of more mellow side there where debris would be thrown. We also added a mock solar to it to kind of get an idea of how these mounds are getting hit by the sun in first light and how different shapes might affect how they insulate. So the hogback mound, again, that ridge, that really distinct ridge there, and same thing with the 2 sides with different steepness. The crumbling pattern was different. We had most of the crumbling going off the back with some on the side, and that was a result of the placement as well. And then the final model produced was very close to the likeness in the observation, very close to the field. Having the solar radiation definitely made a very different profile and kind of gives some insight into how different mound shapes could be a better shape for collecting solar radiation. And then those are my sources, and if you guys have any questions.
Do you have any ideas to the longevity of some of these mounds?
About 40 years. It's defined by the queens, and they are able to keep sperm alive in their own body for about 40 years and continually reproduce.
So, did you start with a flat mound to begin with? Like, was it completely flat, or did you start with a little bit of?
I'll go back. I could have described that a little bit better. So I spoke about how we did 4 years. So this one, if you can kind of see that one mound there, that one mound there, and that one mound there, one there. I would say it didn't start flat. I would say it more started as a miniature version. I know what you mean in the field though. We're kind of observing those really juvenile ones all do kind of have that one shape, kind of that more flatter conical shape. I think with how this model did distribution didn't allow for that juvenile conical flat shape to be made. It was more of a miniature version.
Then you said it was about 4 years for sure?
Yep, that's kind of where we had our model. It's an individual base model, so we did kind of have a development part to it where the amount of ants was adding as it was going. So that kind of helped ramp up the model with more ants, more rocks being placed as the years go on. Oh, you're hiding back there.
Yeah, I'm hiding there. Here, the crumbling, I was wondering if you could explain the crumbling. I just didn't understand what you meant by crumbling or what. Just talk about that.
Yeah. So the ants need to keep that steepness up, like I talked about, to keep the mound nice and mature for brood development. So as they build, they're placing rocks on top, and they don't know that there's a maximum steepness necessarily. They're just putting them there and they're falling. So the way that we did our crumbling was kind of like a friction thing, and like how they were falling. It was pretty complicated. We had to do a little bit of calculus for it. It's kind of about, as they're falling, where it can go and fill a space to create that shape, because we're not telling it to make a cone. We're telling it where to distribute the rocks, and then that's what makes the cone, or that's what makes the ridge. So it's, as much as, we're telling them to do it because it's a computer-based program. So it's kind of like friction.
Angle of repose.
Yeah, and we kind of based it like gradient and off that. And that took us a while to get right, because we kept getting it to fall down and then stack up. So you kind of get a lot of, look like termite mounds, kind of, if anyone's familiar with how they build theirs. So that did not work to change that.
Our next speaker is Natalie Denning, who is a biology student that's going to talk about an internship she did recently at a dental office.
So hi guys, my name is Natalie Denning, and today I will be going over the internship I did this spring. It was at the Dillon Dental Clinic, and I did it with Dr. Justin Rhodes. And I'm just going to be going over the jobs in a dental clinic and the requirements to become each. And I'm also going to be going over some of the procedures that I saw on a day-to-day basis. So what did I do at my internship? So most of the time I was shadowing the doctor, but I also got to do some assisting during the procedures, which was really cool. I also got to shadow the hygienist, and I got to see what the assistants did behind the scenes, setting up the rooms and stuff like that. So now I'm going to be going over the jobs in the clinic. So the first job is the front office, and what they do is they schedule patients, answer phone calls, and they do the dental billing. This can be a super busy and stressful job for them because the dental clinic was scheduled out in like 8 months in advance. So they would have to try to find times to get patients in if there was an emergency or anything. So the requirements to become a front office person: first, you need your high school diploma or your GED, and you need customer service experience. So the next job in the dental clinic is dental assistants, and what they do is they sterilize all the tools and equipment, and they set up exam rooms for the doctor. They get ready, and they also do the patient notes. They write down everything that happened at the appointment, and they also write down if there were any complications or anything like that. And they also assist during the procedures, so they're the ones who get to hand the doctor all the tools they need from just whenever he needs them. And they also take x-rays before appointments or during if the doctor needs some extra pictures to see what's going on. So the requirements to become a dental assistant: you need your high school diploma or your GED, and some states require a 1 or 2 year dental assistant program to get certified, but other states like Montana, they'll just hire you and train you on the job. But it differs from state to state. So the next job is the dental hygienist. What they do is they remove tartar and stains and plaque from the teeth. They take x-rays and they apply preventative care so that people can prevent getting cavities. And they also do oral cancer screenings. So the requirements to become a dental hygienist: you need your high school diploma or your GED. You can get your associate degree or higher in dental hygiene, and then you pass the national board exam. And finally, dentists, they diagnose and treat dental issues, and they do the procedures just to help people maintain their dental health. So the requirements to become a dentist: you need your bachelor's degree, and when you get your bachelor's degree, you need to get all your prerequisites, and then you can go ahead and take the DAT, and then apply to dental school, and after you pass dental school and all the board exams, then you can do your state licensure exam, and then you can become a dentist. So one of the most important things I learned at my internship was that patient care is super important. A lot of people come in super scared of the dentist and have a lot of anxiety about what's going on. So it's really important that you comfort the patients and you talk through the plan, and you have to say, like, is this going to be super expensive, so they're not shocked or anything. Address any concerns, and then you can make changes if necessary. Like a few times the doctor was doing some fillings and he saw extra cavities that weren't there before, so he was like, hey, do you want me to fix the extra cavities while you're here? And most of the time they'd be like, yeah. So one of the biggest dental issues is cavities. Cavities are decay that causes a hole in the enamel, and untreated can lead to infection and therefore tooth loss if it gets bad. So now I'm going to be going over some of the procedures that I would see every day. So the most common procedure are fillings. Fillings are for small cavities. And how these are done is first the dentist will usually go in and numb the area with lidocaine. And then they just drill out the decayed area. And then they fill that back up with a composite material. I don't know how to use this laser, but they fill it in, and then after they fill it in, they have dental articulating paper, which is shown in this bottom right picture. The patient will bite down on this blue paper, and there's marks left, and then the dentist will go ahead and like shave down the parts where the bite was too hard so that the filling doesn't break. So the next common procedure that I would see are crowns. And crowns are for very weak teeth, or if there's too much decay, they do a filling on it. So how these are done are, first the tooth is prepped, and it's kind of like makes the tooth a little cone shape. And then they have to do an impression that they can send to the lab to make the final crown. And there are a lot more steps, but I'm not going to go too in detail to it. But there's a temporary crown made, which is shown in that top right corner. And the temporary crown is put on the tooth for about 2 to 3 weeks. And then when the lab makes the permanent crown, they can come back in and get that cemented onto their tooth. And of course, they can choose the color of that permanent crown so it matches the rest of their teeth. So root canals are another procedure that I would see. There's a dental dam that's used, that's shown in the bottom left, and that's so when they're cleaning out the root that material doesn't get in the patient's mouth. So root canals are for an abscess or infection of the pulp in the tooth. So the root needs to be all the way cleaned out, and they use a tiny drill, and they also have this thing called an apex locator that they can stick in the root, and it shows how far in the root they are, so that the dentist can make sure they clean out the whole thing. And then after it's cleaned out, it's filled with composite material, and then they're good to go. And oftentimes, though, there will be a crown put on this tooth if it's super weak, but if the tooth is not weak, then they can leave it. So another thing I saw were extractions, and this is for like teeth that are too far gone to fix. The bottom right picture I actually took myself, and I got to assist during that procedure. And this is the procedure that made me think maybe I don't want to be a dentist, but then I got used to it. And then finally, if you do get an extraction, you can get an implant, which a screw is placed in the jawbone, and that replaces the root of the tooth. And then there's a crown placed over that screw, and those patients will have to come back every 2 to 3 years to get that taken off and cleaned under it. So overall, I had a really good experience at my internship, and I realized that I do want to be a dentist. And I would also like to say thank you to the biology department for preparing me for this internship. Does anyone have any questions?
What's your favorite kind of procedure to sit in and assist on?
I really like the root canals. Yeah.
So I don't know if you know this or not, from working at the front, but roughly how many of the patients have like dental insurance? Because that's not always common.
Yeah, actually, yeah, quite a few people don't have dental insurance. I don't know the exact like percentage, but yeah, it is a lot of people.
Popular research subject.
Okay, so our final speaker here for this morning's session is a familiar face, Adriana Pittman, who's going to talk about another one of her projects in math, and back to the ants.
Yes, so it's me again. This time I did a presentation, or I did a project out on the Hog's Back. As we know, there is the ant project going on out there. And so, as Wendy had mentioned earlier, plants are one of the big things I am passionate about. So I wanted to look at and see what effect these ants had on the actual amount of species that were found out there, and actually which species were found, and see if there was an effect that they had on them out the Hog's Back. So the Hog's Back is about 11 miles north of Dillon here. It's a grassland area, and it is very important for grazing, for cattle, but also for some of our wildlife like pronghorn, especially like it out there. And so that's a big resource for the area. And so depending on which plant species are present can be really crucial to those different species. And so I was curious of the actual impact that these harvester ants have, because they like seeds. That's what they go for here. And so they can help with seed dispersal. They sometimes create seed banks, but then they'll also actually eat some of the seeds. So just trying to see exactly what effect they do have in play out there. So my sites. I had two different sites out there. My first site was an active mound site. So I ended up picking 3 mounds that were relatively close together, and I did all my data collection within those 3 mounds. And so here are the actual coordinates of my 3 mounds and then the total area in between them all. And then here is my second site. They were abandoned mounds. They were no longer used. And you can see that the area is a little bit smaller, and I didn't really have a say over that. I could not tell the ants where they needed to make their mounds to make my life easier. But so it was kind of interesting to see that they were relatively close to the same size, but not quite. So this is a diagram kind of how I set up each of my sites. I picked 3 mounds, and then I ran transects from each mound. So one of my data collections was actually along the transects. So I ran from mound 1 to mound 2, another transect from mound 2 to mound 3, and then another one from mound 3 to mound 1. And then I also then did a data collection within the perimeter, or in the area of the area in between as well. So some of my methods that I used a Dobbelmayr cover class along the transect to gather a lot of the data there. And then I did species abundance within the area between. So some of the information I could get from the Dobbelmayr cover class is canopy cover, total canopy cover of each plant species, and ground cover. So the total cover there, period, across the transect. Then I could also get total vegetation cover, not counting the ground cover. I could get species composition, and I could get and then the frequency of each species as well. So I use the Dobbelmayr for a lot of this. And so what it is it's a little frame like this, and it's broken into 6 different cover classes. So cover class 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So some people can do more visually as they set it on the ground, and they were to take, let's say, blue bunch, and think if they were to arrange it on this frame, it would cover, up to cover class 4. So it would be a 4. Other people have a harder time with that, and they do better with percentages. Each of these are actually broken down into a certain percent of the frame. So frame 1 is 0 to 5% of the frame. Class 2 is a 5 to 25, 3 is 25 to 50, 4 is 50 to 75, 5 is 75 to 95, and then the 6 is 95 to 100% of the frame. So some people, when you put it down, are more like, that's covering about 37%. So that would put you in a class 3. So that is how that is used. And then you can see what the cover class is, the percents, and then this midpoint is actually used later on for calculations for some of the data. It's actually just halfway between the percentages for that cover class. And it actually helps even out all the plants present, because you might have one that's kind of a borderline, but since we are ending up multiplying by the average, it does end up buffing out in the end. So this is a blank Dobbenmeyer sheet of what you may have when you're out there collecting data. So you put your headers in up here, and then for species on the side, usually they're listed from grasses to forbs to shrubs. And then you can see down below, I've got 4 ground covers: bare ground, which is pretty self-explanatory, there's nothing there. Rock, which is also pretty self-explanatory. But then litter can be actually feces, or it could be plant litter, which is just parts of the plant that are no longer attached and just laying on the ground. And then you can have lichen. And then up at the top, the numbers that run across the top is actually which frame you're reading. So depending on how long your transect is and what increments you're actually measuring at, you could have a variety, a number of frames. So this is just a random data sheet that I made up to kind of show you what a completed one may look like. Put some shrubs in there, some forbs, some grasses, and you can see within each of these different frames that maybe there was certain species present at a certain cover class and others weren't present. And the number of frames that you are able to read on a transect is very important for the data collection at the end. So for my active site mounts, so I talked about the direction that I ran each of them, but then you can see how many frames I was able to read. And for all of my transects, I started at 0 meters and I read every 1.5 meter a Dobbenmeyer frame. As I worked my way around counterclockwise, I stood on the right-hand side of the transect tape and I read on the left, reading into the area of the triangle that was formed. And so same with my abandoned, exact same process, except you can see I read a couple less frames because they were shorter transects. And so this is how you calculate canopy cover, and me telling you how to do this isn't going to make a whole lot of sense. So I used the example from my completed Dobbenmeyer sheet to kind of walk you through how this would go about. So you do this for each of your species. The first thing you're going to do is you're going to count up how many times that species was in each cover class. So I looked at the blue bunch on my previous form. So 3 times the blue bunch was a cover class 1. 6 times it was a cover class 2, 7 times it was a cover class 3, and it was never a 4, 5, or 6. So after you've counted all those up, you will then take those and multiply them by the midpoint, which I talked about for each of the frames and what it has, and then you'll get all these products over here. You're then going to take your products and sum them up to get an answer, to which you're going to take that and divide it by the total number of frames that were read. That's the important part, because a lot of times people will only divide it by the number of frames that it was present in, but you need to divide it by the total number of frames that you were able to read on your transect. And then that gave me the canopy cover for the blue bunch in that fake plot of 13.84%. So then you would do that for each of your species, even your ground cover, and then to get total canopy cover, you would add them all up to give you your total canopy cover. Now, total vegetation cover, you've already done all the work. All you have to do is add in all of your vegetation cover, and minus those 4 ground covers, you just wouldn't add those in. Or you could subtract those from your total canopy cover if you wanted. However, so then that will tell you exactly how much of the ground was covered by vegetation versus just total cover in general. So then you can find your species composition. So this is essentially finding out how much the species made up along your transect line. And then you can also find the frequency, exactly how often was that species found along the line as well from all the data that you have already collected. So this little part is pretty easy at the end once you get rolling. So then I did a qualitative data within my area, and so I did a species abundance. So I gave all the species a 1, 2, 3, or 4. So 1 is it is present, but there's only 1, 2, 3 of them present. Then a 2 would be it's found occasionally, not really though, throughout your plot. A 3 is it's common, but not dominating. And then 4 obviously is it's dominating this site. So to kind of give an overall view of what is found on the plot, because when you are on a transect, it's very specific that you could hit a more dense patch that's only present right there, and it's not actually representing the whole area. So with my methods, I came up with my results. Maybe. So these are the data from my site 1, transect 1, 2, and 3. The main thing I want to show you on this slide is the total canopy cover. You can find down here, it's 128.1. A lot of people will see something over 100% and go, I did my math wrong. No, you did not. Does not mean, you could have, but you probably didn't. You can have over 100% canopy cover, which kind of sometimes psychs people out. Let's say, for example, you have a sagebrush, and then under the sagebrush, you have a blue bench. And under that blue bench, you then have a little sandberg bluegrass. And then you happen to have a lupin under there as well. You're gonna have over 100% canopy cover then, right? You can have layers of things. But then you can see from the canopy covers that I did have the breakdown of how much the vegetation covered only. And then the other thing I wanted to, oh no. So then this is my site 2, the abandoned one. You can also see that it had pretty high canopy cover and a lot less vegetation cover on some of those. But it's kind of hard to compare when you have 3 different transects. So I decided to combine them into one giant transect for each plot, so they were easier to compare. So you can see the total cover of everything. So here it is. As you can see, total canopy cover for when the ants were present is 101.95, and when they weren't, and it was abandoned site, was 101.67. So there's only a 0.28% difference in the actual total canopy cover. The difference is coming in with the vegetation cover. There is slightly more vegetative cover when the ants were present than when they weren't. But one of the big things that you can see is there were a lot, which it'll show later, a lot more species found here when the ants were present versus when they had abandoned the site. Another thing I wanted to point out is this hiko you can see right here. That's actually needle and thread. It's the one that dominated the site. It was at almost 23% when the ants weren't present, whereas when the ants were present, it was at a 16.35%. And then one other last thing I want to draw your attention to is the Indian rice grass. There wasn't much of it found, but it was only found in the first plot, and that is one that they really like. And when it was present, it was mainly right around the mounds that I found it. So I just thought that was worth noting. And then this is my species abundance. So over here, I have listed out the different species that were found within each of the plots. As you can see, site 1 had all the species. Site 2, there were some that were missing, but site 1 had all the species that site 2 had. So there wasn't anything new in site 2 that wasn't already previously found. And as you can see, like the needle and thread right here, I mean, it was both before. They dominated both the sites, but as you can see on the Daubenmeier data, it was more present when the ants were absent. So then this could maybe help you figure out which species you actually want to hone in on and you compare directly between the 2 different sites. So first of all, I want to say that my data was collected in mid-August, which I feel like I could have missed out on some great opportunities to have collected more data for helping me justify my case, whether or not the ants actually have a greater effect on the diversity of plants that are there and the abundance of them. So on that note, for future work, I would say to begin collecting data early June, especially. We've been seeming to get a lot of late May snows, which can make data collection really hard. So it seems like by beginning of June, that's when things are starting to come up. You're able to start to identify things and really start then, because you're able to see maybe some of the patterns that the ants have as well as the plants out there and what's more present and not. Some things could have been grazed by the time I was out there, and I did get a fair representation of the cover that they have. There are a lot of annual forbs that blew earlier in the year as well. So I think there could be a lot more data collected to help hopefully justify the fact that the ants do have an impact on species diversity and abundance there. I feel like it's starting to lean that way. Just from what I saw, it seemed like there was more species out there in August, but I would hope that throughout the year of data collection once a week, going out there reading your transects, that you were able to see that as well, and it would solidify that. Do I have any questions? Yes, Mr. Pasola.
Thank you. About how many ants in a mound? Any idea?
Joe?
I think it'd be the 5,000 to 6,000 range for a big mound.
Yes, Wendy.
Do you think that the increased diversity around the occupied mound was due to just seed dispersal, maybe disturbance, intermediate disturbance,
I think it could be a combination, because there was an article I found, a paper where actually in Idaho, they did a test on 3 different grasses and which ones, and they found that I think it was 48% of the time, the harvester ants actually chose Indian rice grass seeds that they liked that. So I was wondering if that was part of the reason why they're around the mounds more, is because that's where they're dropping and they liked maybe more disturbed areas too. So that's why I think going earlier too, to see if they did pop up somewhere else, but that was the main thing I did notice when they were around, wasn't on. So that was kind of a thought I had, but I wasn't able to necessarily prove it, but it was definitely an idea. Yes?
Would there be a way to measure the nutrients around a ant mound that you're bringing things in and your excrement and so forth?
Well, I'm sure there is, and it would not be in my vegetation area, but I think, is there a way with the soils, you could do that, right?
We're working on it right now.
Perfect. I knew there was something going on. Jonah?
Have you looked at variables such as grass height or prickly pear cactus pad width around mounds or on or off mounds or in occupying bushes and bamboos?
So you're talking about how much prickly pear is present?
Or like how well the prickly pear and grass grows, as far as not necessarily species richness, but like grass height and pad width of prickly pears.
Gotcha. I know there's definitely more prickly pear I caught in my site too, but also some of the things that's hard to do for grass height, you can go out there and do that, but depending on what's coming through and has grazed it, it may have grazed the tallest thing or things coming through, so it's harder to keep, unless you had a complete controlled plot where you knew things weren't going to be damaged. You could do something more like that, but I was not able to. Does that answer your question, John? Any other questions? Perfect, thank you.
All right, so we're gonna have our, thank you to all the speakers, doing an excellent job, staying right on time too, it's impressive. Must have been lots of practice. We're gonna have our poster session, there is lunch available here. We'll resume with talks at 12:30. Don't forget about the Environmental Science Biology Club and Vet Science Club barbecue at 4 o'clock.
Thank you.
That makes sense.
Well, it's the same people as yesterday. So, was there anybody that you wanted to grab for an interview?
Erin actually has two. She had an internship and a project, so I was thinking I would talk to her about her other projects. And then I think not for most of our interviews yesterday.
I think the one that we missed was the guy on the very end over there. So, those two posters at the very end there, it was a tall guy. I know he's a senior, but I don't know his name. He's right there in the black with the maroon cap.
Are you sure? I think, oh yeah.
I don't think we talked to him.
I don't think we talked to him, but I think.
Okay, yeah. He's just one I remember.
I'm excited to see where this goes.
Yeah, we did about previous term, was that time. Yeah, I had him on the